All right, a very good afternoon and welcome to the toss of match number 4 of Chittoor Corporate League. I've got with me both the captains, Charan leading Ramana Logistics and Srinivas leading JSAAP, along with our guest for the toss, Mr. K. Prakash Naidu, and our umpire, Mr. Kiran. And our guest will be handing over the coin to Srinivas Garu, who will be having the spin. Tails is the call from Charan. Heads it is, which means JSAAP have won the toss. Sir, what would you like to do?
Bowling.
Sir, any particular reason?
లాస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ బౌలింగ్తోనే కట్టడి చేయగలిగినాయి కాబట్టి అదే వ్యూహంలో మళ్ళీ ప్రయత్నం చేద్దామని ఒక ఉద్దేశం.
సో ఒక మంచి విన్తో స్టార్ట్ అయింది టోర్నమెంట్. అండ్ వాట్ ఆర్ యువర్ ప్లాన్స్ గోయింగ్ ఇన్ టు గేమ్ నెంబర్ 2?
ప్లానింగ్ అంటే యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈజ్ బౌలింగ్ స్టార్టింగ్లో కంట్రోల్ పవర్ ప్లేలో మనం కంట్రోల్ చేయగలిగితే ఆటోమేటిక్గా మ్యాచ్ చేతిలోకి వస్తుంది. అదే విధంగానే మళ్ళీ చూసుకొని మన స్కోర్ను బట్టి బ్యాటింగ్ దింపుకునే దానికి కానీ డౌన్స్ అది ప్లానింగ్ ఉంది. దానికోసమే ఫస్ట్ చూస్తూ బౌలింగ్ ఫస్ట్.
గుడ్ లక్ ఫర్ ద గేమ్ సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
రైట్ చరణ్ సార్, yes, first game of the season, toss గెలిస్తే మీరేం చేద్దాం అనుకున్నారు?
So we would have bowled first because the pitch is very flat. There won't be much difference between the first innings and second innings. And lucky we have got batting as well. We were having very good batting squad, and we look to have a good score on the table.
So definitely you've been a part of Chittoor Premier League season 1 and 2 as an owner, and now you're being a part of CCL as a player. So what are your plans and preparation going into this season and with this unit?
Yeah, this is the first season with the corporate league is going to happen. As whatever I have to do there with my team, and as a player I will do what I can do in this tournament.
Yes, good luck for the game, sir.
Thank you.
Alright, that's the news from the center team. JSAAP have won the toss and they decided to bowl first. Ramana Logistics into bat. Right, first runs on the board for the team Ramana Logistics, and Prithvi along with Nitin, the opening pair for team Ramana Logistics, and Prasad have started off the proceedings with the ball for the team JSAAP. Gets the inside edge and straight towards the mid-wicket region, will get a single and off the mark. Prithvi. Yes, pretty humid conditions out here in NTR Cricket Pavilion by Sports Authority of Andhra Pradesh for the 4th match of the season. Stepping down the wicket, that has been signalled wide, and they'll sneak in one more run in the form of an extra, which means they get 2 freebies for that. Nicely struck that on the up, straight toward the fielder, sent back by Nitin. That's been picked. That's a beautiful shot. But couldn't clear the 30-yard. Will only be getting 1 run. Is on-field umpires for match number 4. Srinath and Satish. And scoring being done by Sham. And third umpire, TV umpire, G. Kiran. And we've got a physio, Dr. Meena Gautam, who's ready to attend any injuries or any difficulty for the players. Is Dr. Meena Gautam, the physio for CCL Season 1. His last ball of the over. A good start with the ball for Prasad. 6 runs. Gets a leading edge, but straight down toward the mid-off. Was a bit too slow to take off. Watching the ball, Nitin, but gets home safely without any damage. That's going to be an end to the first over. 7 without any loss of wickets, team Ramana Logistics. There's 1 over done, 7 for none. Teju. The second over of the innings is being bowled by Teju, and good looking shot from Prithvi. Trying to heave it away, trying to go for the big hit. Nitin, and they'll sneak 1 run there. Could that be signal buys by the umpire? Is buys called? 1 run to the scoreboard for the team. That's a beautiful strike. That is a very good strike and good work by the fielder. This looks like he's hurt himself, is it? Or he's just worried that he couldn't take that catch. A difficult opportunity, but quality looking stroke from Prithvi. On the rise with full face of the bat. Good work by the fielder. There's an uphill from the wicket keeper. The bowler has gone for it as well, but no contact. Nothing on the bat. But a very good start to the over for Teju. 4 balls. Just 2 runs have come. In fact, 3 runs with that bye. Swinging it really hard. A play and a miss. Another dot delivery. Swings it across once again on the onside, gets it past the 30-yard circle. The ball is racing towards the boundary fence and will be cut down by the fielder. A couple of runs, and that's going to be an end to the over. 2 overs into the game, 12 without any loss of wickets, team Ramana Logistics.
They also have a big screen.
Great start of the third over. Call for a quick single and Nitin gets home safely. I'll sneak one run and that's going to be signal leg byes. Yes, we're in the third over of the game, match number 4 of Chittoor Corporate League. Being bowled by Prasad. Getting that shape and getting that hint of movement off the surface of the bowler. That's a good shot straight down the ground. Absolutely no chance for the fielder. He's tried that in the previous over on the mid-off region. Now gets it very cleanly past that. A mid-on fielder getting a boundary, the first boundary of the innings. That's a good shot. That's a good comeback delivery. Very good delivery from the bowler. And nicely negotiated by the batsman. Will get a single and will keep the strike for the next over. 7 runs coming of the third over, 19 without any loss of wickets.
తిరుపతి వాళ్ళకి ఈ ప్లేస్ అంటే ఒక ఎమోషన్. ఇది జస్ట్ రెస్టారెంట్ కాదు, హైవే షాక్ 2.0, ఫస్ట్ అండ్ బిగ్గెస్ట్ డ్రైవింగ్ మన హైవేలో. దే ఆల్సో హ్యావ్ ఎ బిగ్ స్క్రీన్. ఫుడ్ తో వైబ్ తో ఫుల్ గా ఎంజాయ్ చేయొచ్చు.
The start of the fourth over and a good start with the ball for Teja to his second over. Now 2 runs conceded of the first 3 balls. There's a one to go upstairs to have a review. As the decision has been challenged by the batter, and we're gonna watch and see. We're gonna wait and see what could be the verdict for the third umpire. Right, that's been signaled out, and the challenge have been lost with the batting unit. Right, first wicket has gone down for the team at the score of 20 on the board at the end of 3.3 overs for team Ramana Logistics. A new batter has made his way into the middle. A play and a miss. Yes, good stuff from the fielder. Nathan ready for the second run, but has been sent back by his partner. And get a single and will keep the strike for the next over. 3 runs with the wicket in over number 4, 22 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Friends to cricket turf, kids ki play area. They also have closed and open dining spaces with beautiful ambience. అంతేకాదు
At the start of the 5th over, it gets it past the captain, who's in the 30 yard, will only get 1 run. That's been struck very well. Good work in the follow through by the bowler. Cuts down the pace on that, and remains a dot ball. And so far, this has been a disciplined outing with the ball for JSAAP. They've done a good job against JSE Solutions as well, but that's a big hit. That is a huge hit over extra covers by Prithvi. That's a top shot from the batter. It's never easy to get those big hits, to get those sixers on the offside, and has hit that way behind the boundary rope. Classic inside out hit from Prithvi. Is ready for that single. Sanjay, but has to get back to the crease. Works it very well onto the onside towards the backward square leg region. Will get a single, and this is a very good over, a very quality over for team Ramana Logistics. They've got a very good number of runs in this over. 11 of them, 5 overs into the game, 33 for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, first ball of the over is gone for the big hit. We are in the final over of the power play. And Teju bowling the third over. First 2 overs has been very economical. 7 runs with the wicket. That struck on the offside. Picked it very low and has put that away for a boundary. Lovely shot from Prithvi, getting these good runs in the power play. And you expect these kind of hits, these kind of boundaries within the first 6 overs. And is getting a very good finish here to the power play for team Ramana Logistics. Good comeback delivery from the bowler. That's been smoked in the air. That went very quick, and oh, that could have been a very, very good catch. He slashed it with good power. Prithvi, that went like a bullet to the hands of the fielder. Could have been a very, very good pick had that been taken. It looks like the umpire is just having a quick check on the boundary, that has touched the boundary rope or not. We'll have to wait for the call. This looks like that's runs, only 1 run. That's beautiful. That's very cheeky from Sanjay Teja. All he did is get some bat on it and find that gap. Yes, with that touch at the end, gets 4 runs, the first boundary of the innings for Sanjay Teja. And this is a solid finish. They're getting to the power play here already. 9 runs have come of the first 5 balls. Nicely negotiated that onto the onside. Will get a single. And this is a good finish they've got to the power play here. 10 coming of the 6th over, 43 for the loss of 1 wicket. 6 overs, 43 for 1. But we're done with the power play, and the captain has brought himself into attack to bowl the first one after the power play. 43, they've got a very, very good finish. There's good timing call for a quick single, and Sanjay Teja is very quick between the wickets. We've seen it on the previous occasions as well. He's taking off very well, getting to the other end very quickly. That's a big hit. That is a big attempt to go for the big shot, but that lands safely. Was trying to heave that away, gets a leading edge. It was up in the air for a bit of time, but that has landed very safely. Was it out very well onto the offside. Sanjay moves on to 10 runs with that. The 7th over play in progress for match number 4 of Combined Chittoor Corporate League. Has missed it on the previous occasion, now has hit that with good timing and one more brilliant effort in the field. This lovely stop and quick pickup to cut that down to just 1 run. What a lovely hit that is. That's as beautiful as it can get from Sanjay Teja. Made that loft look very, very elegant. There's not much power behind the shot, but has got it right out of the middle. That's absolute stroke play from the batter. And 50 runs up on the board for the team Ramana Logistics with that sixer from Sanjay Teja.
Visit చేసి ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ చేయండి and follow for more updates.
That first ball of the over, and he's absolutely smacked that Prithvi. He sets up a good tone to the over with the boundary. He's been very, very flamboyant. He's got the runs very quickly, moves on to 30 runs of 21 balls, and they're building a very good partnership for the second wicket. Both these batsmen. That's in the air. Oh, he has overcalculated that, has run into that, trying to pick that, a bit of misjudgment, and has put down a catch that should have been taken. One more boundary. And an opportunity for the batter to go about things to get many more runs. Certainly have been fumbled big time by the fielder. Creating that angle very well and bowling it around the stumps, gets away with a dot ball. Srinivasalu, the new bowler for the team. Great pace, and that went even quicker. Right, good pace on offer. He's just capitalized on it and has struck that with extreme power. Prithvi moves on to 38 runs with that. Throws his hands onto the offside on this occasion. Will find the fielder. And that's why it's very important to pick up the catches. It's very important to grab every opportunity. 19 runs have come off this over to make it 74 at the end of 8 overs. And time for the signal to come out. Strategic timeout. Hits it in the air. That has gone straight to the fielder, and this time they won't put him down. He's been put down the previous occasion, but the fielder at the long off doesn't make any mistake, and Venki Virat has got the breakthrough. Now Madhi takes the catch. A bit of fumble, but finishes that very well at the end. Is missing that half century by a very slightest margin. Prithvi departs with 49, a well played knock of 29 balls with 6 boundaries and 2 sixes in the innings. Well played. They lose the second wicket, Ramana Logistics, for the score of 79 at the end of 8.3 overs. Right, the skipper makes his way into the middle. Chiran Tej. First ball, beautiful looking drive down the carpet. And picked up by the fielder. Will get off the mark with a single. As Venki Virat has been given the ball, has been called on by the captain, and he has delivered it for the captain in the very first over, getting a big wicket. Beautifully leans into that drive, want to take the single, but has to get back. Good work by the wicket keeper. Quickly running across and cutting down the overthrow. Defends that very well, and that brings an end to a terrific over from Venki Virat. 6 runs with the 9th over, 80 for the loss of 2 wickets. Is 9 overs, 80 for 2, and Dr. Meena Gautam is the physio for Chittoor Corporate League. Right, 10th over in progress, and a quick single. Captain Srinu with the second over of his spell. Playing that, tried to play that shot on the rise, but couldn't get any contact. Will remain a dot ball. His 10th over in progress. Another swing and miss, another dot ball. Now they're trying to get through the overs without giving away many runs. Down the wicket, gets a leading edge, that's in the air. Oh, what a catch, that's a brilliant grab from the fielder. Has covered some good ground, has picked it very well. Has almost ran to the boundary rope, but has kept the balance. Taken that at 30 yard, but has ran straight towards the boundary fence. A very good catch taken. Right, Sanjay is making his way back to the pavilion. Scored 18 runs of 16 balls. And Srinivaslu with a good catch. Third wicket down at 81 on the board, 9.4 overs into the game. Right, new batter Kushapreet, and that's been signaled wide. They get one more run in the form of an extra. There's two new batters in the middle, Charan Tej and Kushapreet. And they've got two important wickets to the batters who were very settled, and they've got the breakthrough for the partnership. JSAAP. That's a lovely shot by the captain, but they've got production in the deep. That's chipped in the air, well over the head of the bowler. Will get a single, Kushapreet, and will retain the strike for the next over halfway through the innings. 85 for the loss of 3 wickets. As Venki Virat back into action, signal wide by the umpire. As that's been signaled wide by the umpire. Defense that that will remain a dot ball. Good comeback from Venki Virat. Started the over with a couple of wides. First over is just given away 6 runs, picking up an important batter who is going very well. Got a wicket of Prithvi, who scored 49 runs. That's in the air once again. Can he get there? He cannot, and that's going to be boundary for the captain. That's a terrific shot. A lovely pickup of the length, and has hit that away from the longer fielder. And Charan Tej gets the first boundary of the innings. As an uphill, they looked very confident, but no response from the umpire. And now he's gone for the big hit, and that's gone through the gates, finding its way to the timber. They lose one more wicket. Captain departs. Venki Virat gets the second wicket of the innings. And Ramana Logistics losing the way a bit at the moment. 4th wicket down, 88 on the board at the end of 10.4 overs. Right, first ball of the over. And it couldn't get anything better than that. Here's Kushpreet with a brilliant lofted shot. Straight down the ground. That looked very, very elegant from the batter. It's lovely pick up the length and has hit that with high elbow, full face of the bat. A classic strike. Once again goes for it. Has he got enough distance? He's got more than enough, and that's one more sixer. He's targeting the region down the ground and he's got 2 sixes of 2 balls to bring up 100 on the board for team Ramana Logistics. There's 100 runs up on the board with that sixer from Kushpreet. Making them look very, very effortless, making them look very smooth. Drifting down the leg side, and that's going to be single wide. Yes, a counter attack is certainly on from the batters of Ramana Logistics. Yes, they've lost wickets in quick succession, but they're coming back into the game. A defensive stroke, good comeback delivery from the bowler Srinu. Is anything pitched up, anything within the radar for the batter? He's smoking them down the ground, getting those big hits. Hits it in the air. Has he got enough distance? He's got more than enough. That's another hit. That's what we're talking. Bowl it within the arc of the batter and he'll make the ball disappear. The third sixer of this over, and he's targeting the captain. 20 runs of 8 balls, striking the ball at 250 at the moment. He's dragging the length a bit forward and gets away with another dot. But he's got very good runs in this over, 18 of them. In fact, bowl it down the legs, want to take the single but has to get back to the crease. Will be a dot to bring an end to the over. 19 runs coming off the 12th over, 111 for the loss of 4 wickets. A new batter Nitin Reddy. That's a white ball from the bowler Kamesh. A new bowler bowling to the new batter and scoring great. They've kept that going. They are keeping the momentum going. Projected score at 187. Leading edge in the air, but will land safely. He's taken the batter by a good surprise. He's trying to swing it across, gets an edge. It's going to be wide once again. make that one more wide. Not a great start with the ball for Kamesh. 3 wides with only 1 legal delivery. Trying to find that gap, trying to thread that needle. Finds the fielder, remains a dot ball. A 4th game of Shri Gali Venugopal Naidu Memorial Cricket League, also known as CCL. Worked it very well towards the mid wicket. And will take that single, an overthrow, and they want to capitalize on it. He's halfway down the track. That's an opportunity for a run out. Oh, that's been fumbled. That's absolutely fumbled. You want to collect that with one hand, the bowler. There certainly is a big opportunity let down. That could have been a wicket. A dot ball certainly put down a very good opportunity, made a mess out of it. Firmly struck that straight down the ground. Collected by the fielder, will get a single. Very sensibly put that in the gap. Will get a single and will retain the strike. For the next over, with that we're done with 13 overs, 117 for the loss of 4 wickets. We have 13 overs, 117 for the loss of 4 wickets in Ramana Logistics. As Manohar, the new bowler into action, will be up against Nitin Reddy. But first ball of the over, finding that gap. It's been cut down on the boundary fence, and Nitin Reddy coming back for the second run very comfortably. He starts the 14th over with a couple of runs. Right, spread his arms and has hit that down the ground and has got a sixer there. Nitin Reddy now joining the party along with Kushpreet. There's the lost wickets, but the momentum hasn't stopped. As everybody coming forward and everybody going for the big hits. Yes. Now that could have been punished as well, but they'll get the runs wide called and they'll get one more run. That's a handsome strike, but has he got enough distance? Yes, that has been put down. It hasn't been collected. That's what happens when you put down catches. The batter will get the momentum, will try to capitalize. And the opportunity that is there for him has opened the face, found the gap very well. Will be cut down by the fielder, and that's good work. Cutting it down to just a single. That's very good work with the fielder in the deep. The final ball of the over. Let's try to open the face and run it down towards the third man. Will be a dot ball to bring in under the over. 129 for the loss of 4 wickets. Completion of 14 overs.
అండ్ అంతా మన బడ్జెట్లోనే.
But 14 overs into the game, 129, and they've started this over with a wide ball. Kamesh continuing the spell. A total of 16 wides have been bowled so far in this over, in this innings, I beg your pardon, in the first 14 overs. Gone for the cut, but hasn't got any connection. Nitin Reddy. A defensive shot. It remains a dot ball. So projected score at 181. The score at this rate, 9 runs of the over. Firmly struck that down the ground, straight towards the long on fielder. And one more fine partnership. They're stitching this very well and at a very good pace. 39 runs of 21 balls. That's been struck, that's been hit with good power. He can put in that dive, but he could not save that from hitting the boundary fence. Venki Virat with a desperate dive, but a top class placement and beautifully punched it on the rise. Kushpreet moves on to 26, the first boundary of the innings. Has already got 3 sixers in the game. Ball on the legs, works it away onto the onside. Behind the square of the wicket, and that's racing towards the boundary rope. Will find its way to the fence, and that's another boundary. One putting in some good power behind the shot. One casually flicking it, glancing it off the legs. Will take it with both the hands, both the boundaries. Moves on to 30 with that, Kushpreet. Another lovely shot. And this time the fielder will collect that very well and cut it down to a single. And that brings an end to the 15th over. 140 on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. There's 140 for 4, 15 overs. Yes, it's time for strategic timeout, and Kapil is ready with the soft drinks for the umpires. "15 overs, 140 for the loss of 4 wickets.
ఇయర్స్ నుంచి అండ్ అంతా మన బడ్జెట్లోనే. చుట్టుపక్కల వాళ్ళకి ట్రస్ట్ బిల్డ్ చేసిన ప్లేస్ ఇప్పుడు 2.0తో మరింత గ్రాండ్ గా.
Right, 15 overs, 140 for the loss of 4 wickets, team Ramana Logistics, and we're done with the strategic timeout. Now final 5 overs. And they've already put up a very, very good score on the board, 140 for 15 overs play, and still got 5 overs remaining. 2 settled batters in the middle, 31 for Kushpreet, 12 for Nitin Reddy. First ball, watch ahead, and that's a bullet fired straight down the ground. It's absolutely smoked it right out of the middle. That has been crunched with great timing by the batsman Kushpreet. Venki Virat back into action, has got 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. That's been picked in the air. Has he got enough distance? Right, it's either a boundary or a sixer. And Kushpreet making them look very, very effortless, making them the face of the bat onto the offside. A direct hit. It certainly was a direct hit on the stumps. And that's been given upstairs for the third umpire to have a view on it. To have a check on that direct hit, whether it's made it to the ground or not. We're going to wait. We're going to wait the decision of the third umpire. Fuller taps it on the offside and will get home safely. Very good running between the wickets. And this partnership for the 5th wicket has been built very brilliantly. Now 60 coming of 29 balls for the 5th wicket between Kushpreet and Nitin Reddy. Both these batters have been spot on. Have capitalized on the momentum that was given. But the opening batter, that's another big hit. Right, one more sixer, and is absolutely decimating the bowlers now. Is as straight as it can get, and he's hit it straight onto the side screen, and that will be an end to the 16th over. Another big over for team Ramana Logistics. 18 runs have come on the 16th over. 158 for the loss of 4 wickets. The final over for the bowler Teju, and 17th over is in progress. They've got a good start to the slog overs. 18 runs coming of the 16th over. And this partnership is looking very dangerous now for the team JSAAP. 66 runs of 31 balls. Works it very carefully onto the onside. That's a brilliant delivery and Yorker onto the legs of the batter, but very well negotiated by Kushpreet. Playing on 48 runs at the moment. That's on the legs. That's a very big uphill. And oh, they fumbled that once again. He's got the hamstring. He couldn't get to the other end. Now if he gets to one end, Nitin Reddy could have come to this end. Instead, he stayed back. Now they lose a wicket. This is Dr. Meena Gautam, the physio for the Chittoor Corporate League. Looks in a lot of pain there. Kushwant, hopefully nothing serious. Yes, Charan bro. Impact out ever sir. Sorry, inform jara batter ke. ఇంపాక్ట్ అవుట్. బయటికి ఎవరు వచ్చారు ఇంపాక్ట్ ప్లేయర్ ప్లేస్లోని? But Prashant Reddy, the impact player for team Ramana Logistics, and Sanjay Teja, the impact out player for Ramana Logistics. 159, a quality knock, a very good knock from Kushpreet, have come to an end. Run out 48 of 24 balls. That's a big hit. Right, just helpless on its way, and that's a banger from the batter. That's been punished, and that's been absolutely punished by Nitin Reddy. This was drifting down onto the onside. All he did was just throw his hands onto the delivery that could do not much impact for any kind of batter. That's a lovely shot from Nitin Reddy. Great comeback from Teju. That will only be a dot ball. Right. A brilliant spell comes to an end. Teju, 4 overs have bowled, 24 runs conceded with a wicket. Excellent numbers with the ball in a T20 game. 17 overs into the game, 165 for the loss of 5 wickets. The 17 overs, the 18 starts off with a wide delivery. That's a chase for the fielder. Finally gets there, cut it down to. Cuts it down to a single, a wide plus 1 run. Brings back Nitin Reddy on to strike 20 of 16 with 2 boundaries, 2 sixers. Lovely timing and great placement. It's going to be some work for the fielder. He cannot get there, and that will be the first boundary of the innings for Nitin. Has already put up 2 big sixes. Brilliant timing on that, has found the gap very well. The sweeper is very wide, and he's capitalized on that big width, getting 4 runs. That's nicely bowled, but very well negotiated onto the onside. Ready for the second, just settles for 1, an overthrow, but not much damage has been done. And he's been cleaned up. It hasn't come in the height that he was expecting. That's a straight on delivery, and Prashant Reddy to make his way back to the pavilion without putting up any impact. 6 wicket is down for team Ramana Logistics, 172 on the board. 17.3 overs, and Kamesh gets his first wicket of the innings. 17.3 overs, 172 for the loss of 6 wickets. But new batter KSR, and it's only going to be a dot ball. Last two to go in the 18th over. Right, the first ball, the very first ball, Raja Reddy has absolutely smoked it across and has got a sixer. They need this hits at the death because they've got a very brilliant start. Now 18 overs have come to an end, 178 for the loss of 7 wickets. Team Ramana Logistics. Right, 19th over, being bowled by Venki Virat. Just carefully negotiated the round to the onside, gets a single. This final 2 overs projected at 197. They would want to get past the 200 mark. This is already a mammoth score, a very big score on the cards for Team Ramana Logistics. Big swing across from Raja Reddy. Ready for the second run, has got a bit of slippery shoes on the non-striker's end, but gets home safely. It's 2 runs taken. Gone for the big heave, throwed his hands onto the onside. This fielder getting there, collects it very well, cuts it down to a single. Yes, a bottom edge, and that will remain a dot ball. This brings us down to the final ball of the 19th over. Down the leg side. That's been signaled wide. They've gone for that run. Capitalize on that extra run. Very good running between the wickets. Is they've reached the 190 mark here. We've still got 7 legal deliveries remaining in the innings. Big swing, there's an uphill and the finger goes up. Right, gone for the slog. Gets something on the willow. And he gets a wicket caught behind. Raja Reddy has to make his way back to the pavilion. And looks like you want to take a review there. Yes, the batter have gone for the review. We'll have to await the decision from the third umpire. It's only one run. Nithin Reddy brings Raja Reddy onto strike. 5 balls remaining. Can they get past the 200 mark? That's hit in the air. Has got hefty connection on that. And that's a big strike into the stands. Alright, that's a mammoth hit. That is a mammoth hit from the batter. He's absolutely slogged it over the long on boundary. That's another big hit. As he got enough connection. There's a man settling underneath the ball. And he doesn't make a mess out of it. Takes that very, very comfortably to bring an end to the innings for Raja Reddy. Quick fire of 15 runs of just 6 balls. And that's been taken. One more wicket goes down. But first ball for the new batter. Just throwing his hands onto the offside, gets a single, brings Nitin Reddy, 33 of 22, 2 deliveries remaining. There's 3 wickets so far in the innings for Kamesh. Last 2 balls. Gone for the big slog. It's gone through the gates. Missed the batter, missed the wicket keeper, but third man up come for the rescue will be a dot ball. This brings us down to the final ball of the first innings. Stepping down the wicket, trying to find that gap towards extra covers. They will try to come back with a second run, but the throw has come in at the wrong end, but still will be run out. They'll only get 1 run at the end of the final over to make it 199 runs in 20 overs. That is a very, very big score that has been put up in Chittoor Corporate League. 199. They put up a mammoth score, and there's a big mountain in front of team JSAAP to climb when they come out to chase. We're going to meet you back in a short break after the innings break. Stay tuned for more live action.
Hi, I'm Charan Tej, captaining Ramana Logistics team. తిరుపతిలో ఫస్ట్ టైం కార్పొరేట్ లీగ్ పెడుతున్న సిడిసిఏ క్రికెటర్ విజయ్ అన్నకి చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. అలానే మా టీం స్పాన్సర్ చేస్తున్న ప్రణీత్ ఫౌండేషన్, అలాగనే సిఎట్ అండ్ జియో ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్స్ అండ్ ఆల్సో కష్వి జ్యువెలరీస్, వీళ్ళందరికీ చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ స్పాన్సరింగ్ అవర్ టీమ్. ఈ కార్పొరేట్ టీం పెట్టిన ఫస్ట్ సీజన్ ఇది. ఖచ్చితంగా మేము ఈ సీజన్ కప్పు గెలుస్తామని కాన్ఫిడెంట్తో ముందుకెళ్తున్నాం. చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ సిడిసిఏ.
ఐఎమ్ సందీప్ చౌదరి, ప్లేయర్ ఆఫ్ రమణ లాజిస్టిక్స్. ఇక్కడ ఫస్ట్ టైం మన కార్పొరేట్ లీగ్ తిరుపతిలో జరిగిన దానికి చాలా ఆనందంగా ఉంది. సిడిసిఏ సపోర్ట్ చాలా ఉంది దీంట్లో. దీనికి కారణమైన మనకి సానా సతీష్ గారికి, శాప్ చైర్మన్ గారికి, మన విజయన్న గారికి ఎంతో కంగ్రాట్స్ చేస్తూ థ్యాంక్స్ తెలియజేస్తున్నాం మేము. మా స్పాన్సర్ దీనికి చేసిన ప్రణీత్ ఫౌండేషన్, మరియు జియో ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్స్, కష్వి జ్యువెలరీస్, సీట్, వీళ్ళందరికీ వీళ్ళ సహకారంతో మేము అందరం ప్లేయర్స్ అంతా ఉత్సాహంగా మేము ఆడుతున్నాం. ఈ స్ట్రెస్ రిలీఫ్ చేసేదానికి మాకు ఇది ఒక అద్భుతమైన అవకాశం దీనికి. సో వీఆర్ రెడీ టు ప్రూవ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్స్ ఫర్ రమణ లాజిస్టిక్స్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సిడిసిఏ.
హాయ్, దిస్ ఈస్ కుమార్ స్వామి రెడ్డి, రమణ లాజిస్టిక్స్ టీమ్. ఐఎమ్ బ్యాట్స్మెన్. మాకు స్పాన్సర్ చేస్తున్న ప్రణీత్ ఫౌండేషన్, జియో ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్స్, సీట్, కష్వి జ్యువెలరీస్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సిడిసిఏ. అంతేనా?
ఓకే, నమస్తే అండి. నా పేరు నరేష్ బాబు. నేను వచ్చేసి జీవీఎస్సిఎస్ క్రికెట్ టీం మెంబర్. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాం క్రికెట్ విజయన్నకి. తిరుపతిలో కార్పొరేట్ క్రికెట్ లీగు జరుగుతుంది. దీంట్లో మా జీవీఎస్సిఎస్కు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అలాగే మా జీవీఎస్సిఎస్ సొసైటీ ఫౌండర్ అయినటువంటి శ్రీధర్ అన్న గారికి కూడా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకుంటున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే మా టీం జీవీఎస్సిఎస్ నుండి టీము ఇక్కడ సిసిఎల్కి, కార్పొరేట్ క్రికెట్ లీగ్కి మనం వెళ్దాం ఖచ్చితంగా. మన లాంటి వాళ్ళు ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఒక టీచర్స్గా ఒక టీం పెట్టాం.
But the opening batters have made their way into the middle. Venki Virat and Madi. And Sai Kumar Raju will start the proceedings with the ball for team Ramana Logistics. Right, all in readiness for the second innings of match number 4 to begin. Sai Kumar Raju will be bowling to Venki Virat, and we're all good to go. Is the batsman ready? The bowler ready? First ball through the gates. And gets a boundary to get going. Lovely strike by Venki Virat. They've got a ring of fielders on the offside, but they have still managed to find that big vacant space. And has crunched it through the coverts, piercing the drain field very well. Gets a boundary to start the proceedings to the second innings. Now talk about redemption for a bowler. And Sai Kumar Raju have strike back. First ball taken on for a boundary, second ball. It strikes his way onto the timber, gets the big breakthrough. That's how you give a comeback, that's how you come back into the game, and he's drawn the first blade. He's drawn the first blade for the team. And the 4 runs on the board, 1 wicket, try to heave that away, trying to slog it away. And the castle of stumps have been disturbed by the bowler, Sai Kumar. A terrific start. 4 for 1, end of 2 balls in the first over. The new batter Chandra. It's a dot ball to the new batter. That's a beautiful shot, lofted that over the infield, and that will find its way to the fence. A lovely pickup of the length and has struck that straight down the ground. Beautifully lofted that over the infield. Gets out the mark with the boundary, Chandra Babu. Nicely driven around to the offside, finds the gap. They can come back with the second run. Nitin with the chase. We'll cut that down to a couple of runs. Checking on the short run, and he's made it very clearly to the inside part of the popping crease. 2 runs. Swings it across, finds the gap. Once again, big chase for both the fielders. And they'll get another couple of runs. And with that, we're done with the first over. 12 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. All right, 1 over 12 for the loss of 1 wicket, and captain Charan Tej into attack. First ball, brilliant shot down the ground, picked up by Nitin. As both have been part of CPL season 2, Nitin and Charan being the team owners, Nitin Warriors and Aditya BR. Now they're playing together in this corporate league. Throw his hands on the width that was offered, and that will find its way to the fence. Right, lovely usage of the width that was offered by the bowler. All you need to do is get it past the 30-yard. There's still some good grass in that region, but it's got too good a connection that has raced away to the fence. Making a bit of room to himself and works it straight down toward the long mid-on fielder. Remains a dot ball. A spin struck straight down the ground, and it cannot get anything straighter than that. Lovely shot. Gets 4 runs there. There's getting a good start. We haven't seen this kind of start in game number 1, but when the asking grade is too much, they have got a very, very good start here. 8 runs of the first 4 balls in the second over. Got spin struck in the air. Fielder makes no mistake. They lose 1 more wicket. Sai Kumar with a good catch. Collected that on the chest level, and that will bring an end to the innings for 1 more batter. The second wicket down, 20 on the board at the end of 1.5 overs. Now both the batters back in the hut. Madhi departs with 8 runs with 2 boundaries that he has got. Got 20 on the board, 2 wickets. His captain has got a wicket. Taken on for a couple of boundaries, but has struck back very well, picking up the same man. Right, new batter Prasad, and that will be a dot ball. Yes, good over by the captain Charan. 2 overs into the game, 20 for the loss of 2 wickets. But Sai Kumar with one more over as an uphill, but there isn't any response from the umpire. Hasn't gone for the call initially, but I've gone for that a second later there. Sai Kumar Raju have got a wicket in the first over, getting it in the second ball of the innings. Now 20 on the board, 2.1 overs into the game. Made a good run to himself, strikes that onto the offside. A bit of fumble from the fielder, and they collect a single. On the legs once again, appeal from the umpire, appeal from the bowler, no response from the umpire, will remain a dot ball. That's in the air, well over the infield. Yes, that's raised away to the boundary very quickly. Lovely shot by Prasad, getting his first boundary of the innings. And good running between the wickets. Gets a single and will retain the strike for the next over. As we're done with 3 overs, 7 coming of the third over, 27 for the loss of 2 wickets. We're at 3 overs, 27 for 2. Team JSAAP and captain back into action. 8 runs with the wicket in the first over. Big swing across and chase for the fielder. There's big chase. The ball have certainly slowed down on the boundary rope. And Chandra gets a couple of runs. Beautifully bowled, Charan Tej, keeping the line very tight, keeping it very intact on the stumps. On the offside, inside the tram line, will be a dot ball. Spot on with the line and length. Has got a gentle run up and has got a gentle release. Certainly could play CPL as well, Charan Tej. Nicely timed it, call for a single, but we'll get that very comfortably at the end. Another fine over by Charan Tej on the cards. 4 runs coming of the first 4 balls. Now we're in the 4th over, 31 runs. I've got a good scoring rate so far, but a required rate at 10.3 runs now every over. And he's cleaned him up. Right, finding his way onto the timber. Charan Tej, that's what we're talking. He's keeping it very tight, absolutely tightening the screws on the batters, and he has found a wicket. Like quality bowling, too good, and the bowling for the batsman. And Chandra has to make his way back to the pavilion. The third one goes down for team JSAAP. 31 on the board, second wicket for captain Charan Tej. So far in the second innings of match number 4, JSAAP have lost 3 wickets for 31 on the board with 1 ball to spare in the 4th. Spot on, keeping that line time and again. Is bowling like a machine at the moment. Charan Tej brings an end to the over. 4 overs, 31 for the loss of 3 wickets. 169 required in 96 balls. Right, new bowler, Nitin Warrior into attack. For 4 overs, we've seen a terrific spell from the opening set of bowlers, Sai Kumar and captain Charan Tej. Now Nitin into action. Will be starting the proceedings for the 5th over. Starts the over with a dot delivery. A 5th over in progress. Now 169. They put up a mammoth score in the first innings. They put up a mighty mountain in front of team JSAAP to climb in the second. Now in reply, they've lost already 3 wickets. 169. They need a big partnership. They need some controlled aggression. They need boundaries every over. This is match number 4 of Chittor Corporate League. Pace off in the air, but well over the fielder. They'll come back for the second run. This converts that very comfortably into the second run. He's got a gentle pace and is bowling it on the offside. So all the bowlers have been spot on. Now steps down the wicket. That's been hit in the air. Cannot get there, the fielder. Not the connection that he would have liked. Gets another couple of runs. 2 more runs added to the tally for team JSAAP Journalists. It has got a good win in game number 1. That's been picked and that's been hit over the infield. Has that gone all the way? It has been signalled a sixer by the umpire. That's a clean strike. He's tried to bowl it on the legs. That's been picked and dispatched away. Yes, 4 runs. Yes, umpire have subjected that to correction. 4 runs it is. Now goes over the extra covers, fielder in the deep. He'll collect that on a bounce. Could only manage to get 1 run, and that's going to be an end to the over. 9 runs coming of the 5th over, 40 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Right, final over the power play, and captain to continue. Picked up a couple of wickets after conceding just 12 runs in the first 2 overs. 1 run. Big swing, trying to find that gap, trying to throw his hands. He couldn't get it past the mid-off fielder. Gets a single now. We're in the 6th over, the final over of the power play. They've got good runs, but they've lost wickets. 3 of them, crucial wickets. Getting that extra bit of bounce as well. Is cramping the batter for room with that line. He's been spot on when it comes to line and length. Charan Tej has been a fantastic team owner for Aditya Bihar in both the seasons of Chittor Premier League. He's been always supported with the youngsters. Now he's playing. We've heard it from him at the toss. That's in the air. That's a lovely hit. That will find its way to the fence. Right on the rise. Has struck that. Has predicted the length very well. Struck that with a good power on the bottom hand. Lovely shot by the batsman Prasad. They have 2 balls remaining in the 6th over. And he's cleaned him up. Right, Charan Tej has got 1 more wicket. Captain is decimating the top order. Is getting through the top order very quickly, and I've got 1 more chip to his name here. Another one buys it does. Another wicket goes down. And it's Prasad who have to make his way. That's an unplayable Yorker, swinging that into the right-hander. Have totally foxed him with that delivery, and they lose the 4th wicket here inside power play. Team JSAAP Journalists 46 on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. Done with 5.5 overs. In place of Kamesh. right on the money. They get a single, drives it on the front foot and gets 1 run to bring an end to the over. A wicket with 7 runs for Charan Tej of his third. Done with power play now 47 for the loss of 4 wickets. 6 overs into the game, 47 for 4. All right, first ball of the 7th over. And Nitin starting the proceedings. So the 7th over gets a single. Brings Teju back on strike. Gone for the big hit. Hasn't got the clearance that we'd have liked. We'll only be getting 1 run. There's the need to put on this intent. They need to put on the intent, but also need to get those runs, because required have gone past the 11 run mark. 11 runs required every over from here for Team JSAAP, with 151 more to get in 82 balls. Bowled down the legs, drifting down the leg side. Could only get 1 run in the form of a leg bye. And that will bring up 50 runs on the board as well for Team JSAAP, a journalist. Gone for the big swing, gets the bottom edge. Could have played it onto the stumps, but gets away with a dot ball.
తిరుపతి వాళ్ళకి ఈ ప్లేస్ అంటే ఒక ఎమోషన్. ఇది జస్ట్ రెస్టారెంట్ కాదు, హైవే షాక్ 2.0, ఫస్ట్ అండ్ బిగ్గెస్ట్ డ్రైవ్ ఇన్ మన హైవేలో. దే ఆల్సో హ్యావ్
But first ball after the strategic timeout and nobody moved. He got a boundary there. Lovely shot. That's another lovely shot over extra covers. Played it with the turn that has been bowled by Sandeep Chaudhary, the new bowler for team Ramana Logistics. Will get 1 run. Now 5 runs coming of the first 2 balls. Good start after the drinks break. Getting that hint of turn, nicely gripping off the surface. And cuts it down to a single in the follow through. Now 11.28. The required rate. Where will they start going for the counter attack? Where will they start going for the big hits? And that's brilliant line. Tried to stop it with the foot but couldn't get the job done. Will be another couple of runs for Teju. Moves on to 12 runs with that. That's nicely struck. That has been struck very well, and that will find its way to the fence. Now with this boundary, this is turning out to be a good over. 12 runs coming of the first 5 balls. Now 12 of 5 in the 8th over. A quicker delivery, but away from the guiding line. Says the umpire will be a wide, and they need to reload that. That's one more wide. Another run. Another wide. That's a calm way to bring it into the over, but a very good one for team JSAAP. 14 runs have come off the 8th over, 67 for the loss of 4 wickets.
A big screen, food. .2.
As Nitin Reddy replaces Nitin for the 9th over. Starts the over with a wide delivery. Gone for the big hit, gets the inside edge down towards the fine leg region. That's been struck with extreme power. And absolutely no chance for the fielder running across. Was trying to save the ball that has been hammered away by Teju. Now throwed his hands onto the offside, and that's racing away for one more boundary. There's 2 boundaries, so the first 2 balls. In fact, the last 2 deliveries. Yes, there's an appeal from the bowler, and that has been given out, and he's challenged it straight away. He's trying to challenge the decision that was given. Right, that's been signaled not out. And the batsman will stay back. It brings us down to the final ball of the 9th over. 10 runs of the first 5 balls. They're gaining a bit of momentum. Teju especially 24 or 15 balls. Let's call for a quick single, gets it very safely and will keep the strike for the next over. 9 over 78 for the loss of 4 wickets. Right, first ball of the 11th over, and Sandeep. Yes, I just want to check whether the ball has landed inside the 10 feet marking or whether it's landed outside. You'll have to just wait and look at what the call from the third umpire is. Right, started the over with 5 wides followed by a couple of wides as well to make it 7 without any legal delivery in this over. The fires one on to the offside, and that's been given wide. Gets a good connection, nobody in the deep one, that's racing away, work for the fielder. Had to put up a big chase, gets there, cuts it down to a couple of runs. There's 10 runs, only one legal delivery in this over. Now 100 required in 59. Need to get 10.3 runs every over, close to 10.4 runs every over. Good looking shot and a photographic post to hold for Subbu, as it was this man who has finished the game in game number 1 for JSAAP, where he has got those big blows to get the job done for the team. Another good looking shot from the batsman Teju, getting one more run, and that will be 100 runs up on the board for the team. JSAAP Journalists 100. They've got a good scoring rate, but what is important for them to is continue getting those runs. The full toss that's been carefully played down the ground will capitalize on one more single. There's a good comeback from Sandeep Kadiala. Expensive with the wides in the first 4 non-legal deliveries, but has come back very well in the next 4 legal. A quicker delivery, that's in the air, but well away from Nitin. And coming back with the second run, will get home very, very comfortably. 2 more runs added to the scoreboard for team JSAAP Journalists. 34 of 21 for Teju. Is anchoring the innings at one end and is doing a good job in getting the runs quickly as well. Is waiting for that. He's got all the time in the world to play the shot. Will be picked up by the fielder. Will get a single and will retain the strike for the next over. 16 overs. 16 runs of the 11th over, I beg your pardon. 104 for the loss of 4 wickets. 16 runs of the 11th over, 104 for the loss of of 4 wickets to win the game. 96 runs required in 54 balls. Right, first ball of the 12th over. Now 96 in 54 before the start of this over. Now 10.75. They made sure that they haven't let the required rate climb up. At one stage it was touching 12 run mark. Now they brought it down to 10.75. Sliding down the legs. Another wide. Is 94-53 the equation. Nicely struck that on the rise. Will be collected by the fielder. That's another good shot. Will be picked up by the same fielder and will get the same result. Now 1s and 2s wouldn't matter for team Ramana Logistics at this stage of the innings. It would be the boundaries, but they're planning out this innings. They've done a phenomenal job in maintaining that required rate. And in between, you can expect these big hits. And that's gone a long mile. That's a clean strike from Subbu. Right, he's done the game. He's got the win for the team in the last match. He's brought down the blade, had brought down the sledgehammer out of nowhere. Now he's going right from the first of the innings. Nicely bowled, good comeback delivery. Hasn't given him much time to get underneath the ball. Will be collected by the fielder. Now what's important, they've got a quality over the last one. Now they've already got 11 runs. They're planning out this chase very well. JSAAP. That's straight down the ground. And good luck stopping that. One more boundary. Yes, 15 of the last over, 15 of this over to make it 30 coming of the last 2 overs. It's 12 overs, 119. They're keeping up in the chase. 81 required in 48 balls. 81 the equation. Just need to score 10 runs every over to get there to the target. 81-48 with 6 wickets in hand for team JSAAP to win this game. But first ball of the over, and slashed it very well. Subbu gets a boundary. Right, gaining the momentum. Now they've got 30 in the last 2 overs. Now have got a good start to one more over here. They're keeping up the chase. They're keeping up very well in the chase, planning out this innings. Right from the first look at the scoring rate. They're scoring over 10 runs every over, which will make up to 200 at the end of 20 overs, and the required have dropped down to 9.83 runs. Is pulling this game back into the courts, team JSAAP. Struck once again, but this time finds a fielder. That's going to be a dot ball. A 76 of 46, and they're sneaking in that run. What should have just been a dot ball, they've given away a single, and this is where teams usually tend to lose the momentum. This is where they try to be a bit over-calculative in the process, lose some runs that are going to be making a very big impact at the end of the innings. That's nicely struck. A very good delivery by Nathan, firing it into the legs in the block hole. They moves on to 42 runs, Tejo of 26 balls. It's played a very crucial knock, a very good knock so far, coming from the batter Tejo, 42 of 26. A play miss, very good delivery. 6 coming with the first 4 of the 13th over. That's a lovely delivery, another brilliant delivery in the block hole by Nitin. He's bowling it at a very good trajectory, not giving much of time for the batters to get underneath the ball. Gets away with one more dot, brings us down to the final ball of the 13th over. 6 runs coming of the first 5 balls. Beautifully driven that. With full face of the bat on the front foot, will get a single and will retain the strike. A good over after a couple of expensive overs, bringing the game back into the courts. Nitin with 7 runs conceded of the 13th over, 126 for the loss of 4 wickets, 74 runs required in 42 balls. With 6 wickets in hand, 74 required in 42 balls.
విజిట్ చేసి ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ చేయండి అండ్ ఫాలో ఫర్ మోర్ అప్డేట్స్. తిరుపతి వాళ్ళకి ఈ ప్లేస్ అంటే ఒక ఎమోషన్. ఇది జస్ట్ రెస్టారెంట్ కాదు, హైవే షాక్ 2.0, ఫస్ట్ అండ్ బిగ్గెస్ట్ డ్రైవ్ ఇన్ మన హైవేలో. దే ఆల్సో హ్యావ్ ఎ బిగ్ స్క్రీన్, ఫుడ్ తో వైబ్ తో ఫుల్ గా ఎంజాయ్ చేయొచ్చు.
Right back after the drinks break. A boundary to begin with. They've kept doing this. They've kept getting the runs, and have kept keeping up with the required runs. It starts the 15th over with the boundary. 58 in 35, looking very gettable at this stage for the kind of momentum they've got, Team JSAAP, and they need to break this partnership. 96 runs the partnership for the 5th wicket between both these batters, Subbu and Teju. Nicely bowled. Very good delivery from the bowler, Omkar Nitin. That's a good shot, but will be collected by the fielder. A full toss delivery, just try to flick it. Will only find a single. Gone for the big hit, trying to smoke that away, playing a miss, and is disappointed with himself because he's missed out on a delivery that could have been taken on. A good comeback. Nitin, given a boundary of the first ball, I've just only considered 2 runs of the next 4 deliveries. He's done it in the last over as well, where he has been taken on for a boundary. After that, he's just given away 3 runs. But can he finish it on a good note? A full toss delivery, he certainly missed on that opportunity. That's good work on the boundary rope, and they'll get a couple of runs. And 50 runs up for Teju with that. There's 50 runs for Teju, and also bringing up the 100-run partnership between both these batters. 50 runs of 32 balls with 7 boundaries in the innings is very well complemented by Subbu. 36 of 25 balls together have put up 101 stand between Teju and Subbu for the 5th wicket. 100 runs partnership of 55 balls And the equation is now down to 54 runs in 30 balls. Right, required rate climbed up once again to 10.8. They need 54 in 30 balls. Is looking within the hands for Team JSAAP, but also looking within the courts for Team Ramana Logistics. This game with 5 overs to spare with 2 set batters. It can be anybody's game from here. Right now, welcome to the final 5 overs of match number 4 of Chittor Corporate League. First ball on the pads. Nicely flicked it off the legs very well. Gets a single. Subbu has done that in the last game as well. He's been very careful throughout in the middle overs and have finished the game with 3 big shots. He's done and dusted game number 1 for Team JSAAP. A slower delivery taking the pace off. And that's been picked very well by Teju. Was trying to hammer that away but couldn't get the connection that he would have wanted. Another slower delivery. And that's when given up shades for the third umpire to have a look. The waist, no ball. And no ball at the striker's end at the popping crease. Whether it's over the waist or not, we'll have to wait for the call of the umpire. The third umpire. Right, the third umpire have called that and no ball. And now free hit for the batsman. Big swing, but pace off is working wonders for Raja Reddy. He's taking the pace off, bowling it with the angle, taking it away from the right hand batter. He's asking the batter to generate the power, to generate what's required to put it away for the big hits. Now 49 runs required in 27 balls. That's been picked. That's hit in the air. And that's been taken. Yes, that's been taken, but the third umpire would want to have a check on that. That's been given up shades by the on-field umpires. gets a hand to it. Raja Reddy cutting down the pace on that because that's been smoked down the ground by Naresh. Will get a single and will retain the strike for the next over. 7 runs of the 16th over, and with that 153 on the board for the loss of 5 wickets. 47 runs required in 24 balls. As Sai Kumar, the bowler, into action for over number 17. First ball starts it with a dot delivery. A 47 in 23 equation, and they're pulling it back into the courts. Team Ramana Logistics at the death. 47 in 23. It's gone for the big hit, but couldn't get hold of that shot. Yes, I've got 1 run in the form of leg by. And I want to have a review on that, trying to challenge the decision of the umpire. This looks like that has landed outside the leg stump on the blind side for the batter, and that's been signaled not out by the third umpire. This one will get away with the leg by. 1 run added to the scoreboard, 1 run deficit to the required. 46-20 to the equation, but the set batter Teju is back on strike. Gone for the big heave, gets an edge, is it? Down to the third man. Will get only 1 run. As Naresh back on strike. 45 of 21 the equation for team JSAAP Journalists. Crammed him for home, absolutely brought the round to the body line. That's a brilliant delivery from the bowler Sai Kumar. It's been terrific in the opening spell for the team with the new ball. Have come back to bowl the 17th and is delivering an absolute over for team to push that required rate even farther away from the hands of team JSAAP. Now 45 in 20, need to get 13.5 runs every over. And look at that, the stump has went for an evening walk, That's a fantastic delivery with some great pace. And they get one more wicket. They're trying to go for the big hit. They have to go for the big hits. And certainly, very certainly, the stump have gone for an evening walk. And another one goes down. They lose the 6th wicket. More importantly, a dot ball at this stage. 2nd wicket for Sai Kumar Raju. 6 down for 155 at the end of 16.5 overs. Right, C. Srinivasalu, the new batter, will be on strike for the final ball. Elson Edge runs it down towards the third man. Will be cut down by the fielder. A quality over from a quality bowler comes to an end. 17 overs into the game. 156 for the loss of 6 wickets, just 3 runs. And has also got a wicket in the 3rd over, Sai Kumar Raju. 44 required in 18 balls. All right, captain Charan Tej, 3 wickets in 3 overs. The final over for the spell have been sensational, and this is the first time where he's missed the line and starts the over with the white ball, but they've got good runs to defend. 43 more in 18 balls is a good number for a bowling unit, but they need 1 or 2 big overs here, Team JSAAP, to get back into this game. They absolutely need a big over, 15 plus run over, to bring them back into this contest. Gone for the big swing, gets the inside edge. That's racing down towards the boundary fence. The fielder will pick that up, will cut that down to a couple of runs. Gone for the slog, trying to go big. Hasn't got the connection, gets away with another dot. Charan Tej has been the pick of the bowlers along with Sai Kumar Raju, who have started the proceedings to the first 6 overs. They've been brilliant in the first spell and are coming back at the later stage of the innings now with 41 more to get in 16 balls. Play an amazing on the dot delivery, and every dot ball will push that required rate even further away from the hands of JSAAP and brings team Ramana Logistics closer to the victory. Fantastic Yorker. This is terrific death bowling from Charan Tej. We've seen him hit the hard length in the opening spell with the new ball, getting that bounce, getting that good length. Now firing it into the legs, firing it in onto the stumps, not making it any easy for the batters to get underneath the ball. Gives away only 1 run, last 2 to go in the 18th over, 40 required in 14 balls. Teju gone for the swing, a play and a miss, another dot. And Charan is clutching it for the team. He's been terrific with the ball, 3 wickets in the first 3 overs. Now has got 1 delivery remaining after considering just 23 runs. Is anything under 6, anything under 7 is absolute gold in a T20 game for any kind of bowler. Final ball to go. Nicely bowled it once again into the legs. Oh, looks like he's struggling with the cramps. As Teju looks in a lot of pain. Physio attention is needed. Is Dr. Anita, the substitute physio. Right, 18 overs, 161 for 6, 39 runs required in 12 balls. In 12 balls. The final over for Sai Kumar Raju, 3 overs 21. Seen a terrific spell from Captain Charan, 4 overs 24 with 3 wickets. First ball, swings it, plays it onto the wicket after getting hit on the pads. Now 3 wickets for Sai Kumar as well. Now we're watching this, both these bowlers fighting for the player of the match. As both of them have got 3 wickets apiece. Been brilliant in putting the partnership with the new ball and is doing the work for the team later stage of the innings at the death. We haven't seen Sai Charan, I beg your pardon, Sai Kumar Raju bat, but captain have got 7 runs now with 3 wickets. So a little margin of edge will be in the favour of Charan Tej, but we'll have to see if Sai Kumar can get 1 more wicket, can put 1 more nail to the coffin for Team JSAAP. 161 up, they've lost the wicket of Teju, who has put up brilliant show with about 54 runs, a fighting knock of 38 balls with 7 boundaries. Has to make his way back to the pavilion. Well played Teju with 142 strike rate, brings an end to his innings. New batter, Jagadish. That's going to be another dot. Pretty much taking the game away from the hands. 39 in 10 balls. We've seen a good fight in the middle overs where they've got some brilliant overs to keep up in the chase, and they've come now closer to 161. Stepping down the wicket once again. Trying to go for the big shot. 39 in 9 balls. If not the win, they'll have to find a way to get closer to the target. 39 in 9. Still in good deliveries remaining to cut down the deficit, the margin of victory. Dancing down the wicket once again, swings it across. Would want to come back with the second run, Jagadish, but will have to settle only for one run. And one more wicket. Now Sai Kumar Raju will get that edge. 4 wickets with the ball. Giving a tough competition to his captain when it comes to taking wickets. But the captain will be delighted to see his bowler getting the wickets. 4 wickets back by Sai Kumar Raju. 8 wickets down back in the hut for Team JSAAP. 162 on the board, 38 required in 7 balls. He still got 1 ball remaining. Can he put up the first 5 of the season? Last ball to go, 1 ball to play in the 19th over. And the new batter will be making his way into the middle. 3 wickets for Captain Charan in his 4-over spell with 24 runs that he has conceded. 4 wickets for Sai Kumar Raju with 1 ball to go in with 22 runs. 1 wicket for Raja Reddy. His new batter made his way into the middle, Manohar. Last ball of the over. Yes, couldn't fire it onto the stumps. Nathan we could pick up on the throw, and that's going to be an end to one of the fantastic spells. 4 overs, 22 runs with 4 wickets. Well bowled Sai Kumar Raju. With that, we're done with 19 overs. And pretty much the equation at the moment, 38 runs required in 6 balls. The final over of the innings starts it with a dot delivery. 20th over in progress, and Ramana Logistics is looking very solid to take this game home to get the first victory. He gets away with a couple of balls in the 20th over. Sandeep Kadiala. That's another dot. Is not offering any pace. Completely foxing the batter with the slower ones. Trying to play the big shot, but finds the fielder Nitin. Now just 2 balls away for Ramana Logistics to get those 2 points. Fly to delivery, slow one, straight to the hands of the fielder, and makes it very comfortably to the crease. And Jagadish brings Manohar back on strike for the final ball of the 20th over. That's been struck straight down the ground, and that will be cut down by the fielder. They're going to get a single, want to take the second and will have to make his way back to the pavilion. We're done with 20 overs now with Ramana Logistics have won this game by a margin of 35 runs. Right, a comfortable victory in defending. There was a bit of movement. And Subbu, who have put up 100 runs plus partnership. And at the end of that partnership, they pulled this game back into the courts. And they've started the season, Corporate Cricket League. They've started it on a winning note. Congratulations, Team Ramana Logistics, on getting the victory. And brilliant performance with the ball for Sai Kumar Raju and Captain Charan. And we're going to be meeting you all after a short break for the post-match presentation. Stay tuned. A good shot straight down the ground, absolutely no chance for the fielder. That's a good shot straight down the ground, absolutely no chance for the fielder. Right. The start of the fourth over and a good start with the ball for Teja to his second over. JSAAP Solutions as well, but that's a big hit. That is a huge hit. Over. That struck on the offside, picked it very low and has put that away. That's been smoked in the air, that went very quick and oh, that could have been a very, very good catch. That's beautiful, that's very cheeky from Sanjay Teja. All he did is get some bat on it and there's good timing call for a quick single and Sanjay Teja is very quick between the wickets. What a lovely hit that is. That's as beautiful. That first ball of the... That's in the air. Oh, he has over-calculated. Great pace and that went even quicker. Now dancing down the wicket. Oh, goes. That's another lovely strike. That's over the head of the gully fielder and that's going to find its way. Hits it in the air. That has gone straight to the fielder and this time down the wicket gets a leading edge. That's in the air. Oh, what a catch. That's a brilliant grab from the fielder. Has recovered some good ground. As Venki Virat back into action. Signal wide by the umpire. That's in the air. Once again, can he get there? He cannot, and that's going to be bound. As an uphill, they looked very confident, but now he's gone for the big hit, and that's gone through the gates. Right, first ball of the over, and it couldn't get anything better than that. Once again goes for it. Has he got enough distance? He's got more than it. Hits it in the air. Has he got enough distance? He's got more than. That's a handsome strike, but has he got enough distance? Yes, that's been struck, that's been hit with good power. It can ball on the legs, works it away onto the onside. Behind the square of the wicket and that's racing towards the boundary rope. First ball, watch ahead and that's a bullet fired. That's been picked in the air. Has he got enough distance? The face of the bat onto the offside. Check. A direct hit. It certainly was a direct hit on the stumps. And that's been given up. But the opening batter, that's another big hit. Right, one more sixer. That's on the legs. There's a very big uphill. And oh, they fumbled that once again. He's got the hamstring. He couldn't get to the other end. That's a big hit. Right, just helpless on its way, and that's lovely timing and great placement. It's gonna be some work for the field. And he's been cleaned up. It doesn't come in the height that he was expecting. That's a straight on delivery, and Prashant. Right, the first ball. Down the leg side. That's been signaled wide. They've gone for that run. Capitalize on that extra run. Very good running between the wickets. Down the leg side. That's been signaled wide. They've gone for that run. Capitalize on that extra run. Very good running between the wickets. Big swing. There's an uphill, and the finger goes up.
Requesting both the to please come forward for
right. Gone for the slog. That's hit in the air. Has got hefty connection on that, and that's a big strike. That's another big hit. Has he got enough connection? There's a man settling underneath the ball, and he doesn't make a mess out of it. Takes that very comfortably to bring an end to the innings for Raja Reddy.
Requesting both the teams, JSAAP
Stepping down the wicket.
Ramana Logistics,
Trying to find that gap towards extra covers. They will try to come back with a second run, but the throw has come in at the wrong end, but still will be. First ball through the gates, and gets a boundary to get goal. Now talk about redemption for a bowler. And red new batter Chandra. It's a dot ball to the new batter. That's a beautiful shot, lofted that over the infield, and that will find its way to the fence. Throwed his hands on the width that was offered, and that will find its way to the fence. That's been struck straight down the ground, and it cannot get anything straighter than that. Lovely shot. That's been struck in the air. Fielder
forward, sir.
Makes no mistake. They lose one more wicket.
Sir, Srinivas garu requesting. Sir, Srinivas garu,
and he's cleaned him up. Right, finding his way onto the timber. Charantesh, that's what we're talking. He's keeping.
Sir, it will only be 2-3 minutes. So
that's been picked, and that's been hit over the infield. Has that gone all the way? That's in the air. That's a lovely hit. That will find its way to the fence. Right. And he's cleaned him up. Right, Charantesh. Gone for the big swing, gets the bottom edge. Could have played. That's nicely struck. A quicker delivery, but away from the guiding line. Says the umpire will be a wide, and you need to reload that. That's one more wide. Another run. That's been struck with extreme power. And now throwed his hands onto the offside, and that's racing away for one more.
Check. That's a big shot. He gets himself into position. And right, first ball of the 11th over. And in between, you can expect these big hits. That's straight down the ground. And good luck stopping that. One. But first ball of the over. And slashed it very well. Subbu gets a boundary. That's a lovely delivery. Another brilliant delivery in the block hole by Nitin. Right, first ball, flicks it in the air. It hasn't been. Alright, a very good evening and welcome to post-match presentation of match number 4 of Chittoor Corporate League between Ramana Logistics and team JSAAP. Congratulations to team Ramana Logistics for winning the game by a good margin and getting your first victory of the season, and hard luck to team JSAAP on fighting it out very well on chasing 200 runs. So I'd like to invite you to the presentation party. Now I'd like to request CDCA Secretary Mandapati Satish Yadav garu to please come onto the dais. And I would like to request our guest of honor, to please hand over the player of the match, and it goes to Sai Kumar Raju. He has 4 wickets. I've just taken it away from the hands of the captain Charan, who's got 3 wickets. His check of 2,500 rupees will be presented by our guest of honor for the evening. That is being sponsored by Mr. Madan Mohan from Pai Viceroy. 2,500 rupees check and memento. Yes, congratulations. Yes, now I'd like to call forward captain of the team, Charan Tej, to please come forward. Yes, congratulations sir on a brilliant win. And how do you feel?
It's been a brilliant game toward the starting to the ending, and we got a very good score in the starting, and boys played really well, and initially the opponents also played really well. Well played guys, it's a hard luck, and bowlers bowled as per the plan, and at the end we won the match.
At one stage with that big partnership of 400 runs, what was going through your mind? Because both of them have been going very well, Subbu and Teju. What was the plan to break that partnership?
Yeah, they played really well. It's been a part of the game, and we were in a very much control. We know how to break them, so we have given a few youngsters how they gonna come up in future matches. So it's been a trial. So, but end of the match, yeah, we as per the plan we bowled and we got them.
Talk about your bowling performance. 3 wickets with the ball. Are you planning to play for CPL next season?
Maybe if I have not played this, I would have played there. But now it's a purely corporate game.
Yes, congratulations, sir, and good luck for your future games.
Thank you.
Alright, that's it from the presentation of match number 4. We're going to meet you tomorrow morning for match number 5. Stay tuned for live action.